Hello everyone, and welcome back to another Heartwell dev stream, the live stream series where I continue to develop this adorable Souls-like action RPG with platform mechanics and branching narrative. If you find watching these dev streams interesting or helpful, be sure to subscribe to the YouTube channel and boop that button to stay notified. And hey Redcord, thanks for dropping by. How's it going, dude? So, what are we doing tonight with Heartwell? Well, after all the bud fixing last stream, I think our main goal for this stream is to get every single enemy placed in this lower section. What does that mean? Well, it means that we're going to have to first get all the Cobras implemented, since that'll be the most time-consuming part of the process. Then we'll add the rest of the rattlesnakes and the Cabrattles on this section of the map. We'll also add enemies to that little section up there, and I think that'll be the main focus of that. Retro says you're good. Yeah, a busy day at work today, but now you get to chill. That's awesome. I'm glad to hear that you got some time to relax. Now, in terms of what I've been doing off stream, I've been busy with lore writing. I've been busy working on some dialogue that'll be in the demo. I even implemented a fix actually at Record suggestions. So it used to be very difficult to tell when you changed elevations, but now, as you can see, there are particle effects whenever you land from height. I think it was a great suggestion on Rector's part. I think it'll go a long way to helping make situations like this a bit more clear. So for example, walking off this platform, way clearer that you fell down compared to what it was before. So, and just as a reminder to everyone watching this on YouTube, these dev streams, I do actively take feedback from my community, both in these dev streams as well as on my Discord server. So you have any ideas to make this adorable game even better, by all means, I'm all ears. Hey, Copper Nicholson, thanks for dropping by. How's it going? Oh, you know, Copper Nicholson, I think on Twitch the way it works is subscribers get like ad-free viewing or something. So that's available as an option. But anyway. So as for what, I think enough talking about the new stuff with Heartwell. Now let's actually get into programming. So let's see where we left off. I think there it is, group 8. So group 8 is this one. 3 nodes. Those are the bounds. I think that one is... Pretty sure we defined this one. So, I think the next one we're working on is this one over here. Wait, no, that doesn't make any sense. Let's see. I'm sorry to hear you're going through a rough time, Copper Nicholson, but hopefully the therapy session was helpful. Make sure to take some time to yourself and treat yourself right. Now, where were we? Oh yeah, let's see here. Pathfinding. Oh, we are not on Group 8. We finished Group 8. We're actually on Node Area Group 10. No wonder my confusion. Group 10 is 4 nodes. Okay, that makes more sense. Because, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, okay, that's what we're at. Let's update that node. Okay. Equals 2, all that stuff. Okay, so it'll be very similar to the previous one. I think if I'm not mistaken, these lines down here are all old code. Yeah, that's old code. Delete that. Copy that. And activate for now while we're editing things. Okey-doke. So while I'm in the midst of programming this, I will mention that there is one area where you guys in chat might be able to offer some potential ideas, and that is, it actually has to do with this little blood fix. So the thing about this particle effect is it works, I'll say, in 95% of situations. Like I might be saying, Antomicx, okay, what's the 5%? So the 5% is what I'll call the floor setting blocks. So see right here, for example, this is a section where we need to get Dorothy to a higher elevation from a lower elevation without actually having the player jump. And as a result of that, I think the floor setting blocks around here. Yep, there it is. So there are floor setting blocks here, like invisible tiles, that force Dorothy to a higher or a lower elevation. So when landing on these floor setting blocks, there's no particle effects. Now, principally the reason for that is I had to create a special line of code to avoid a particle effect when walking down a stair. So there's one block here that like sets the Dorothy to z equals 2, another block that sets Dorothy to z equals 0. I found when I was programming this particle effect, if I were to walk from this block up here to this block down here, the particle effect would activate, which makes no sense as you're just walking downstairs. So I made a fix to avoid that. However, that also meant conversely, as a result of the fix, no particle effects when landing on a stair. Now, admittedly, the situations where this matters are very, very few and far between. Yeah, it's still visually clear because I can only think of really one spot where a player might drop down from a higher elevation that happens to be next to a stair. But that's, again, that's like an unusual thing. So the main purpose of this is to make it visually clear that, you know, you're falling off a platform, so I don't see this impacting it too much. It's more so like a quality thing to being like, yes, this isn't functionally a big deal, but also it is technically not correct. So, just, anyway, so while I'm inputting our normal coding stuff here, chat, if you guys have any suggestions on what might be possible ways to alleviate that problem, I'm all ears. Alrighty. Now we get to everyone's favorite part, which is inputting all of the code. Alright, so this first thing is the default line. Gator says, your guess is nobody will even notice this, to be honest. Fair enough. Is there a kill counter in Heartwell? No, there is not. It is only on stairs after all. True, Drekor. True. So it's one of those bugs where it's like, it's not going to ruin anyone's experience, but it's also not correct. It's what we would call a minor bug. A bug that if left in the game wouldn't detrimentally affect anything, but also is still noticeably not correct. Alright, so the first one. Oh, okay, so we start with that. Especially if there are bunnies in the game. What? Well, I mean, I'm not going to think too much about like counters like that, at least like that the player could see until we get into deeper development into the game. What I mean by that is after the demo, because right now with the demo, it's all about getting the functional base of the game all put together. So, like in terms of like what stats to track that aren't like level ups and stuff like that, that's again a question mark I think for the broader game. Let's see, so node X to that. Okay, so this is where we want to start the Cobra. Based off my notes, Cobra should start over there. So let's somewhere around there. Yeah, the thing is, like, I think of other Souls-like games like Dark Souls, for example. Dark Souls doesn't keep track of how many enemies you kill, because it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. Let's go with 3502, and we can do a little bit lower than that, so let's go with 980. Then there. Doke. I believe that's the same as the other one. There's the more I do this, the more that there's a part of me that wishes I could just say like define variable, I don't know, blah, so that I could just set one variable and then tie it to specific lines to make it easier. But I don't want to get into the writing just a whole bunch of alterable values, because that would just add way too much complexity to what's being stored in each object. Okay, so that's that section of code all set. Oh, hold on. We need to set the z-axis. Oh yeah, because the new z-axis is being set elsewhere. I think. Wait, no. No, I didn't have this here because it's... What activation group is this? Node 10 is in this activation group. Okay, so we definitely need something to set the z-axis coordinate. Yeah, okay. Something like that. All right, and in an unrelated note, I've also, in parallel to working on Heartwell, I've also been working on another high-quality challenge run video, specifically for the Crosscode DLC No Speed challenge run, and I have all the commentary recorded except for the outro. So in the next few weeks, I'll be editing together the different clips with the commentary so that the full video will be hopefully ready in the next couple of weeks. So I'm definitely excited for that. In the background, I gave myself a goal to... I want to try and work through the backlog, I say in air quotes, of challenge runs I've completed on Twitch, but haven't really made a high-quality YouTube video for quite yet. I have a whole... Those who've been on my channel long enough know that I have a whole bunch of challenge runs I've gone through, but haven't really made those kinds of videos for yet. So I'm trying to work through that so I can get to the point where I'm at the current challenge, where the video I'd be working on would be the current challenge run that I'm doing. I don't anticipate being able to do that fully this year, but I do think I could probably get around 3, maybe even 4 high-quality challenge run videos out this year. Or at least that's the goal. And those would be off of some of my previous, we'll say, earlier challenge runs. Alright, this one we need. This defines each of the nodes, right? Yep, okay. Anyway, that's all that I've been up to. Say, Gretgor and Copper, when you guys are, just out of curiosity, what have you guys been up to during weeknights? Because for me, what I basically described, Heartwell, YouTube stuff, and also going to the gym are typically what I do on weeknights. I haven't watched much else. Okay, fair enough. Is more or less like that. Go to work, then by 11 a.m. Go out to the gym, return home to shower and eat, return to work until 7 p.m. Alright. After that, sometimes your friends call you over to play some Minecraft, but you haven't really been saying any time apart to work on your own projects. Should be giving them a lot more attention. It's all a balance. It's good to play games with friends too. That's a fun distressor. Do you have like a schedule for what you do outside of work, Redcore? As for me, what I like to do is I set little alarms for myself for specific stuff like outside of work. So let's say I get home. Well, that's a very simple thing to do that I think works wonders, or at least is very helpful to help make sure you're using your free time in a way that you want to. So for me, I would typically be like, okay, I get outside of work and I have an alarm. It's like, okay, go make dinner. And like half hour to hour later, I have an alarm that's like, okay, go to the gym. Then maybe an hour after that, there's an alarm for me to go work on the YouTube video, and so on and so forth. And by having like those recurring alarms on specific days, you can really, again, it seems like such a small thing, but you'd be amazed how just such a little nudge like that can get you to do more of the stuff that you want to do outside of work. It's one of the, I think it's one of the traits that, there's a book that describes about different things that highly effective people tend to do, and that's one of them. Is even their free time, they, set schedule, not schedules to meet, but at least they set some kind of goal or thing to do during specific times. Just define like, okay, what am I doing at this particular time, whether it's work or play. And that helps you avoid situations where you just, I don't know, sit on the couch or in bed and stare off into space doing nothing. Because you're just, maybe had a long day at work and you're not quite sure what to do. Anyway, not sure if that'll be helpful or not, but I just wanted to throw that out there in case you find that useful. Alright. I'm literally the most well-organized person you know. Alright, fair enough, fair enough. So, since you mentioned you play Minecraft, Rockcore, what do you and your friends like to do in Minecraft? Do you like building things? Do you like going on little mini-game servers? Do you do PvP or Hunger Games? Like, what's your favorite stuff to do there? Because I remember back in middle school, especially. Like, I really enjoyed Minecraft. You have a personal server with about 5 people. Oh, cool. And what do you do with it? You have tons of technology mods installed as well as a handful of adventure mods. Ooh, do tell. So you build factory stuff. Sounds like a lot of fun. I remember when I was back in middle school, I think it was like Red Power 2 or something, as well as some of the other like computer craft and stuff. There were mods installed on like the community server for like one of the nearby high schools. And the end result was, yeah, a nice fun multiplayer server of people in middle school and high school building stuff, doing crazy contraptions, and it was a lot of fun. I genuinely believe that it's hard. It can be challenging sometimes to play just vanilla Minecraft when you get so used to playing with like Volts or the Technic launcher. You still like it? All right. Well, what happened then, Rekor? I mean, Volt is fun for the sole reason of modular power suits. Nowadays, you use Mechanism, which is like, oh yeah, I've used Mechanism too. It's a ton of fun. That's why I was saying it. Mechanism has a, you know, like make your thermopiles and your all the other fun stuff. I feel like computer craft probably has the most utility, but also has the steepest learning curve, because you actually do have to do some programming. But I feel like someone like you, Drektor, have you considered, like, do you have computer craft installed? Your kid and friends are too cheaty. Are you sure about that, Drektor? I mean, are all of your friends like software people as well, or are you just like the lone guy who has all the computer science knowledge? So I feel like with your skills, you could probably take the turtles in computer craft and like your own like sentient army or something. you could probably go. They're all computer science graduates too. All right, so I think the reason they're saying they're too cheaty then is because, you know, if you understand programming stuff, you could probably go completely nuts with the mining turtles and like the attacking turtles and stuff. Honestly, why not like have like your own, maybe like have your own like arenas or something where you set the turtles against each other and see what happens. It'd be kind of like in college. I remember this wasn't something I did, but it was something that one of my roommates did. He, when they were in college learning how to program in like introductory software or game development classes, what they were, I think it might have been a software class, I think it was doing like, anyway, that part's not important. The important thing is they all had a project where they had to essentially program tanks, and I mean like tanks like on a 2D flat plane. And they'd be like in a little overhead arena, and the idea was you could, there were certain limitations and rules you had to follow with how the tanks behaved, but beyond that you could program the tanks however you wanted. And the idea was whoever's tanks can survive the most scenarios of like a whole plethora of scenarios that the department came up with would get like the highest scores and such. So that kind of made me think like maybe you could do something with computer crafts like that as well. It's like, okay, make like a little arena or something, or like have a challenge of some kind, and then like make it a programming challenge. Like, okay, you have to do X something or find something. Like there's a whole bunch of ways you could handle it, but that's just some food for thought for you. Bad college for competitions like that as well. Yeah, it's a great way to really make the mind think. Oh yeah, I found it fun to watch one of my roommates try to program his tanks and see all like the different scenarios they had to try and account for, because some of them were pretty ridiculous. Like there was one scenario that I thought was one of the more difficult scenarios for them to deal with. Was essentially it's a tank where it's the rotation of its turrets and its positional movements was completely random. I think they called it the crazy tank or something like that. And the end result was you had a completely unpredictable opponent that was very slippery, but would also be constantly scanning everywhere and eventually get a couple of shots off. So, to whomever was able to successfully program a tank that could beat that thing, must have had like some pretty good like prediction algorithms or something like that, or like leading your target sort of thing. So let's see here. We know section 3. Okay. That also makes me reminisce of the most fun thing I've ever done in Minecraft. I'll ask you a question, Repcore. What's the most fun thing you've ever done in Minecraft? Because for me, it would definitely be, I was in middle school, and one of my friends who also liked Minecraft said that he wanted to have a little get together with some of his friends on Minecraft, like host a little like set of mini games to have like a little tournament among friends. And it was probably back when you used to automate your entire factory with Red Powerful, which was like, all right, that's fun, that's fun. So I was asked if I wanted to join, and what I said is, I'd like to join, but would it be alright if I created like a parkour map for them to play? And I would, of course, excuse myself from playing the parkour map since I would obviously know everything about it since I'd be the one building it. You basically redirect every raw material precisely the machine needs there too. That's always fun. Yeah, sorry machines are a lot of fun in Mechanism. Very, very satisfying. Essentially, when I was building that parkour map, I decided to, again, being my game developing loving self that I am, and again, this was back in middle school, so this was way before Heartwell. This was even before I even considered making Anthony and the Virus, which was my high school game. This was just me loving Flash games and loving game design. I was tasked to create a parkour map, and I had a due date. The due date was in like a couple of weeks. That's when my friend wanted to host the tournament. And I decided to completely break parkour map conventions. Now you might be asking, Antomicx, what did you do to make this parkour map special? Well, the first thing I did is I put in a bunch of signs to like add a little bit of lore to this parkour map. And then I made branching paths, where if players got to the end of the section first, they would get a choice that would either like block off that section for the other players to go to, so they'd be forced to take a different route, or allow the players to catch up to them so they're all stuck in the same path. And I only gave them like cryptic hints as to like what the different options would be. So for example, I remember this first section is like a little water cavern. So like you had this large cavernous lake with these stalagmites propping up from the water, and the way I structured it was that if you fell down at any point in this massive cavern, you had to swim all the way back to the beginning just to get back onto it. But the first person to get to the end would have the ability to open a chest, get a redstone torch, and depending on which block they placed it on with signs, would either set up waterfalls so the other players to catch up to them, and they'd all be stuck on the same idea, or actually blocked off the path behind them and then open up a waterfall to a completely different section that the other players would have to do. And there were multiple of these choices throughout the entire map. Yeah, you have to park out with lore and branches. Yep, that's what I did. And it was so much fun to create, and it was even more fun to watch people play it, because the part I remember, the divergent paths I remember the most, loving the most, was first, towards the end of it, there's a section where the players could potentially go into up to 3 different sections. One section, I think, was, the shortest, but had no quote-unquote checkpoints, meaning that the player fell at any point, they have to go back to the start of the room. The second section was, slightly longer, but had, like, a checkpoint in the middle. It's alright, Crackport. And the third one was a section that required no parkour, but it was actually underwater. So it was like an underwater maze that the player could navigate to. That means that there's effectively you don't have to worry about actually failing at any point, but you could die because of suffocation. Parkour map, Dark Souls style shortcuts. That sounds fun, but I'm just describing what I made back then. But what was cool about that section is I built the rooms so they were all adjacent to each other, with the water room directly beneath the two previous rooms, and the other two previous rooms are next to each other. And I made them all separated by glass, so that, and what happened, it lined up perfectly, is the way the players made their decisions. They actually ended up, there was one player in each section at around the same time. It was super fun to watch them all like try to navigate their way through these things. But my favorite, my other favorite part was the very last section, which the parkour map was called Rise, because the premise was that the story was that all the people in the parkour map had fallen down a hole into a cavern, and the idea is to rise out of the underground. And the underground had like different runes and different rooms and like caverns and stuff and ravines. But the very last parkour section was my favorite because it's literally like an incredibly tall well that depending on what decisions you made up to that point, you'd start either at a higher position in the well or a lower position in the well. But at the end of the day, it's still one very tall section where if you fall at any point, you're falling to the bottom of that well. And the question is, are you able to rise? Have you learned all the parkour stuff you needed to up to that point to actually get out of the well? I even remember putting a little sign at the very end. It was a very simple, you're on like a thin rail and you have to make a jump to a ladder that's on an edge to be able to escape. And right beneath it, I had a little sign that says, "This is the final jump, will you rise?" to like add that tension. And I saw some people fail that jump and they were devastated, even though it's not a hard jump. It's just more so like the thought of falling back down the well after all of that. Anyway, that's what I was like before I seriously dove too far into trying to master Fusion 2.5. But it was a fun time. The end of the map was a well then? Yep, at the end of the map was a well. It's kind of funny how that works out, isn't it? So there's a very, 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 very tiny part of me that recognizes the irony of that, with the start of this game being in a literal well. Was that where the idea of Heartwell started? No, not at all. I find it an ironic coincidence. But that last, I might as well pull up the section just for posterity's sake. I know you can't quite see it here because of the mapping, but this whole like idea of climbing out like a brutal gauntlet of a well section is actually in part taken from that parkour map I made way back then. So this idea of this gauntlet is based off of that. Now obviously this is not a parkour map, this is a Souls-like dungeon, but I just couldn't help but notice that ended up working out, just with the way I've written the story and the way this first dungeon happens to be structured. Where did the idea for Heartwell start? To answer the question, where does the idea for Heartwell start? My question is, do you mean the gameplay itself, or do you mean the story of Heartwell? Or like which would be your question, Gretgord? Because those are two completely different answers. The story. Okay, so the story of Heartwell didn't really start to come into being until about 6 months into developing what was effectively the engine for this game. It was about It was about 6 months after I started developing the engine, so I had like some basic mechanics created. I was starting to get into like some of the Souls-like stuff. And I had drawn Dorothy's little character sprites, but I didn't really have a strong notion of character or story or narrative or world building quite yet. I just knew that I had some basic ideas, but I hadn't really known how to put them together quite yet. And I didn't really have a theme for the story. And then I had a pretty, I don't know what the term is, but I had a dream that, where I could definitely, like, I can, like, remember what happened after it. And it was like, it really made me realize that, I was at a part of my life where I was starting to be, you know, being on my own as an adult, having to just, you know, take care of myself, do it, and do stuff like that. So this was like, again, after I had graduated college, but before I started working. And I remember the dream of, the basic conclusion I got from the dream was that I truly didn't have a purpose behind what I was making yet, and that having that purpose would be important for me. Really, really taking things to the next level. So what I remember from the dream is that I was in like a room full of all these different people I met in college, and then I talked to someone and I asked them, what are they doing here? They were in like, there was just a whole bunch of people with like bunk beds set up in like a space in the college where that shouldn't have been the case. And it was like at night. And what happened was the person said to me after I asked them, well, what are you doing here? And they said like I'm moving on with my life. What are you doing here? Or something like that. And then they all walked out, filtering out, leaving me alone in this empty windowed room as the sun's slowly starting to rise. And that made me start to think of, okay, what am I doing with this game? Like, what? Yeah, it was one serious dream. And it's like, what is, if someone plays this, what's the message I want to nail home to them? And it's at that moment, again, it was still like nighttime. It was like middle of the night. I pulled out my phone and I just started writing. And I wrote effectively the main theme of Heartwell. Not the music theme, but I mean like the actual story themes, like the message I wanted to convey. And it's from that point on that I truly started writing the story of Heartwell seriously. And that's what's led to all the world building and stuff and what you see today. So once, and I can tell you, once I had that theme and I knew what message I wanted to convey, that helped so much. It really made me focus on what was important and like the main takeaway for the story. So that helped drive writing Dorothy as a character. It helped drive decisions for other characters I wrote about. Even helped inspire like a lot of like the different background lore that for everything, because it all like tied back into things. Anyway, so that's where the story of Heartwell truly began. All right, think about that all set there. Excuse me. Now let's need one more set of lines here just for section 4. Yeah. And that's if anyone who's watching this is like a young developer or developer who's like making a game but feels like it's missing something. Granted, this only really applies for games that have a story, which, let's face it, at this point, most games do. Not all games. There are certainly plenty of games out there that don't need a story because they're focusing on just pure arcadey gameplay stuff. You know, that's fine. But if your game has any kind of narrative whatsoever, it really is worthwhile to think about what kind of message you're trying to send to the player. Just like how authors of books think about, well, they might not directly think about, but they at least have to consider what the themes of their story are and how that ties into everything. So it is definitely worth the time and energy spent to work on at least getting an idea of what your theme is. Because it can help drive a lot of decisions you make in the development process. Oh, I'm glad, Redcore. I know it's been a while since you've worked on your game, Redcore, but do you have like somewhere in your notes a theme for your game? Oh, I was asking Grekor if you have a theme for the game that you were developing somewhere in like your notes about your story. Fair enough, and that's themes tend to do that too. Like, you might have an idea of how things will start, but as you create things more and more, a deeper meaning becomes more apparent. Such is the case with writing books as well. Basically, Endeavor and her friends will visit several planets with the ruins of ancient civilizations. Alright, alright. Alright, all the civilizations were extinct and failed to become spacefaring due to normal states seen in mankind. Alright. Go on, Rekor. Go on. Stuff like war, pollution, lack of commitments, lockdowns, and she's helping this one girl save her own planet from pollution. Oh, okay, interesting, interesting. By helping her harvest these energy crystals that can produce clean energy. Alright. Also, there's this creepy clown guy who runs a circus composed entirely of planet orphans. Yeah, I think I remember you mentioning that last part, Grekor, but the other stuff the other stuff is new, is at least new information to me. That sounds like an interesting plot. I see. All right. With that in mind, though, Grekor, that tells me the general, I guess, arc or gameplay loop of the story, but what about, like, messages or things you're trying to convey to the player? these could be things like how certain characters develop or learn something, or like if there's a big takeaway to the overall arc of the journey, that kind of stuff. No, one main message is basically, the states of humanity may lead us to end up destroying ourselves, so let's not do that. All right. As for Endeavor's personal growth and else, she eventually learns that actually belonging somewhere instead of being a vagabond can lead her to a happier life. Ah, interesting. Our friends learn to be brave, which is a bit more cliche, but still. All right, but interesting. So you're saying the notion of having a sense of place is important. Okay. Yeah, I think I think that's a good message. That's feeling a sense of belonging with a community can be very, very valuable to really growing and thriving. We are, humans are social beings after all. So I'll be very interested to see how you present that Breathgore and how you, I guess, challenge the characters' own perceptions of things to lead them to those conclusions. Since that's all part of storytelling. And since we're on the topic of storytelling, it says, has anyone here seen the new, I think it was called The Last Wish, the new Puss in Boots movie? Copper Nicholson says, Gregor says heard good things about. Copper Nicholson says, you're still studying your IT coursework and you just learned the definition of triangulation that I learned from you is wrong. The technique you actually taught me was trilateralization. Oh, okay. All right, that won't go into spoilers, but yeah, it was excellent. One of the best animated movies I've ever seen. I don't just mean this year, I mean ever. It was really, really good. Well, when I'm referring to triangulation, Copper Nicholson, I'm referring to orienteering. That's just the terminology we used. I'm not sure if that's necessarily what it was in your case, since different fields might use the same words for different things. So, I guess first and foremost, you for whatever subject matter you're studying, make sure you use the terminology in the context of how it's being portrayed in your course materials. Well, no, I don't need that. Was measuring not the radius, the distance, but the same idea. That's trilateralization. All right, what would triangulation be then, Copper Nicholson? Because when I was growing up, triangulation is just the word we used, because the idea was, you know, making a triangle. Triangulation takes 2 points and then measures the angles between them and the direction of the unknown point. Ah, okay. And where the imaginary lines meet is where the unknown point is. I see. All right. But yeah, as I was saying about that that movie, the pacing was perfect, the story was excellent, the animations were amazing, the mix of art styles was really well done, fight choreography was top notch. Like, I have literally no negative things to say about the movie. It was that good. Like I can see why on Rotten Tomatoes both the audience score and the cred score was over 90%. It definitely earned it. So if you haven't watched it and you're even slightly considering watching an animated movie, it's worthwhile to watch. It's really that good. Oh, it was way, way, way better than Avatar 2. Avatar 2 was the way I describe Avatar 2 is excellent world building for what's ultimately an anime filler arc. Whereas Puss in Boots: The Last Witch it's just an excellent story from start to finish. All right, chat. Spent a little time programming this. Wait. I probably forgot the most important thing. Oh, this programming means nothing if we don't actually place the the Cobra. One second. I mean, it was also enormously expensive, Copper Nicholson. Alright, let's see here. Alright, so the Cobra's there. Alright, chat. Time to do some testing. Hello? Cobra! That's not correct. Oh wait, no, it is. It's right. We always I remember this glitch. We need to invert the point. It should, but I remember this happening before. The idea is wherever we start the Cobra's placement, it needs to be near the first node pathfinding point. It's trying to go to the first pathfinding point. Right now, it's actually it starts near the last one. So if we flip them around, everything will work correctly. So let's do some editing. Thank you. I saw Avatar Way of the Water, and what I think it does well is, again, world building. They literally made an entire ecosystem. Like, that's... create an entire fictional ecosystem that is all interconnected and made sense. That's very, very hard. And on top of that, the visual effects were absolutely stunning. But that's about where all my positivity for the film ends, because at the end of the day, if you look at the story, there's a lot of fluff. I keep saying the term anime filler arc. What that means is not a lot of substance happens. And that's to the film's detriment because it's such a long film. Like, they easily could have cut out, I think, half of the film, and that would have been a better package overall, just because, at least then, for the story they were trying to tell, at least that would have felt like they didn't drag it on and on and on and on and on. Whereas, on the other hand, if they want to keep it the same length, I feel like they should have, where they ended the movie, should have been about the halfway point, and then the other half of the movie, like, condense it so that would have been the halfway point, then the other half of the movie would actually be towards something grander. But I digress. I have not watched that yet, Copper Nicholson. Alrighty, let's test this out, chat. I mean, I'd be inclined to believe it would be the Wakanda Forever, simply because, again, I don't think the story of Way of the Water is so very basic and not well paced that, you know, plenty of movies have better stories than that. So, I've heard that Wakanda Forever had an excellent story from everything I've heard, so by all accounts, I would be more inclined to believe that it would have a better story than Way of the Water. Alright, let's see what we have. I eventually got it. Oh, I have to see that again. Hold on a second. No, that's how it works. I think we should start the Cobra a bit further down. Try 1,000, see how that goes. That might be a bit too far down. That might be near the edge of what. Alright, that seemed to work a little better. Let's pull out that just a smidge. How about 997? Okay, that's better. I think it's actually on the platform now and not like stuck in a wall. Now if we do this, let's see what happens. There we go. There's our Cobra doing silly Cobra things, and what is it doing? Hello? Cobra? Cobra? Oh, did I deactivate the attacking thing? I might have. I don't know why it's not attacking. Hold on a minute, what? Did I turn off the attack animations by accident? No, I didn't. What? Huh. Strange. The others attacked. What's wrong with this Cobra? Do we have a pacifist Cobra? Hello? Cobra! I'm right here! Hello? What is happening? The pacifist Cobra. What? No! This isn't what we signed up for! I don't understand. So if the piece wasn't. Oh, that needs to be clipped. So we need to find out why this Cobra isn't attacking. That isn't correct. I didn't do anything that's going to affect. Okay, just for my own curiosity, chat, if I invert everything back to what it was. Oh, I can't. Never mind. Huh. Why wouldn't it be attacking? Can it be attacked? Alright, good point. Good point. We should test that. What? Huh. Well, this Cobra... Something is definitely not right here. Do I still have the counters? Let me see if the counters are still working. Is that a height of 2? I'm pretty sure it's a height of 2. Yeah, that's 0. That's set to 0 right now, but I go over here. Now it's at 2. Okay, so... Why wouldn't it be attacking us? Oh, of Puss in Boots: The Last Wish? Definitely the story. The story was excellent. This is intriguing. Wait. I think I know what the difference might be. Me thinks it has something to do with this. So, chat, the way this is currently structured, the, this will be my first guess. The lines of code that activated right here, like 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, they all have like stuff in them, so that might be affecting things. Let's delete that first. If that doesn't work, my next guess is going to be values being not being transferred over correctly. No spoilers, Topper and Eccleston, because remember, not everyone's seen the movie. Alright, let's try that first. It probably won't work. If it doesn't work, I have my suspicions. Alright, we still have the pacifist Cobra. Okay, who can't be hit either. Alright, so if that's happening, then I have another... Let's double check this. Alright. 1, 2, 3... 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Pacifist Cobra. Can't seemingly be attacked. Huh. I wonder. What? Wait. What? Aha! I found it! Sneaky Tritzy hobbitses. I was thinking to myself, like, okay, if our tats are going over it, that means we're at a higher elevation. But I checked the collision. No, the collision is at the right elevation. The Cobra itself is not. Let's try that. Hello, Cobra. There we go. That's what we want to see. We want a Cobra that's going to actually attack us. There we go. That's more like it. Okay, it was a high question, because at first I was looking at it, I'm like, what? We have a pacifist Cobra? What? It's like, did this Cobra play Undertale? What is this? That's still funny, though, the pacifist Cobra. Alright. That being said, can't help but notice that it does get stuck on that a little bit. It's not terrible. It looks very silly, but it's not like the worst thing ever. But if I land right here, it's fine. But if I land like more towards the corner, the Cobra goes very, very silly because it's hitting around there. No, that works. Copper Nicholson's snakes were one of the natural predators of humans, so I disagree. I understand that there are snakes that can be pets, that's fine. But just as you wouldn't want just as like a tiger, for example, doesn't make a good house cat in most circumstances, so too does a snake that would attack someone not necessarily make a good pet either. Again, I understand that there's many species of snakes, just like there's, many species of cats. But you also have to understand there is a reason that they are so often depicted as symbols of evil. Okay. Alright, maybe it's not as bad as I thought at first, chat. I mean, yes, we saw the Cobra do the silly, like, whoop, 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 but it eventually figured it out. It's just... still very, very, very silly. I think normal players, like, goes around here. Okay, it can still get us. Now, let's say I run the corner. Can it get us? Oh, we can definitely get us. Good, good. That's what we want to see. Take a jump. No, it's got pretty good reasons behind it, Copper Nicholson. And I'll leave it at that. You can go look up symbolism if you're curious. But anyway, that's one Cobra all programmed and happy. We've only got 8 more to go. But I think this will be a good place to take our first break, chat. So don't go anywhere, guys. I will be right back. Alrighty, chat. Welcome back, everybody. I don't think that's the reason, Copper Nicholson, because instead of this, children are given like toy bears and stuff, but they're also given toy birds, and birds are not mammals. I think, Copper Nicholson, it really comes back more to just human history. Just think about it. Humans used to be tree-dwelling, humans used to live in trees. So our biggest natural predator was snakes. Ergo, ergo, if for millions upon millions of years, a major predator of us was snakes, logically, we're going to associate that with evil. Like, if we were sentient, like, if we were, like, sentient fish, for example, let's say, for whatever reason, and I don't know, clownfish suddenly, had human intelligence and were, like, creating civilizations and stuff, I'd be inclined to believe that sharks or any other kind of natural predator of the clownfish would be seen as, like, the evil thing or symbols of evil in all the stories. That's my 2 cents anyway. And I'll leave it at that. You're free to look up like the origins of certain symbolism on Google if you want to delve more into it, Copper Nicholson. But that's my main takeaway. Ooh, this one only has 1 node. And I think this one is, yep. Actually, these 2 down here in these bathrooms. Right, well, in that case, let's get programming. Yeah, I mean, Copper Nicholson, those are generally not seen as positive by humanity either. Like, insects and arachnids are generally symbolically seen as evil or treacherous as well, because, again, those would have also been things that, way back when, for millions upon millions of years, would attack us. Alrighty, so we need this. Group 7 is... yeah, area 11 and 12, which is these. What are you talking about, Copper Nicholson? All right, let's see here. Start with the bounds, which are this. I don't follow Copper Nicholson. Oh, you're talking about Spider-Man. Well, what I'm talking about, Copper Nicholson, is general symbolism from, like, what you'll find in a lot of stories. Now, that doesn't mean it always has to adhere to that. There are certainly stories out there where, like, snakes would be, like, a positive force, or, in this case, Spider-Man is a positive force. But at the end of the day, if you look at archetypes, that's the term I was looking for. If you're looking at archetypes, why don't you go... I mean, this could be something you could pursue for your own education, Copper Nicholson. Why don't you go search on Google and look at, like... you could search for, like, snake archetypes, spider archetypes, insect archetypes, things like that, to see what, generally speaking, the symbolism is related to those things. Again, just because archetypes are archetypes does not mean you have to adhere to them, but it can be helpful. Because that means that over a course of many stories being told, certain things have become understood, just universally. That's an archetype. Whoops. Copper Nicholson, that has nothing to do with it. No matter... Again, we're going into archetypes, bud. Just search archetypes. Like, you can have... It doesn't mean you can't have stories that don't break archetypes, but in general, archetypes can be helpful for symbolism. That's all I'm getting at. I'm not saying you can't have a story where those stuff isn't portrayed as good. I'm just saying, if you look at the archetypal nature of certain animals and such, that's just the way they elicit certain emotions or certain reactions. And I'll leave it at Copper Nicholson. If you want to go beyond that, again, go look up this stuff on your own time. I've made my peace. Alrighty. Alright, that one should be working correctly. Now let's do that again, but for the next one. Oh yeah, I think I remember you mentioning Copper Nicholson that you were actually writing some new characters. How's that going? I mean, with each of those examples, Copper Nicholson, I don't think breaking the archetype is what makes any of those fascinating. I think each of them stand on their own merits. They just happen to break archetypes, not the other way around. But again, alright, we don't want this line because the other line will take care of that. Did I get the... Yeah, okay. Wait, no. I did all of it. Oh, Copper Nicholson, the way you state that makes it sound like that's inevitable. That's not always inevitable. Just because you break convention doesn't necessarily mean it'll be good or fascinating. I mean, take a look at, like Monsters vs. Aliens. Like, Monsters vs. Aliens is not a good movie. It's a meme, it's very silly, but it is not a good movie. It definitely breaks convention. You're having, like, the quote-unquote monsters that you'd see in some of the old movies being portrayed as the heroes. Doesn't make it a good movie because it breaks convention. I think more so Copper Nicholson, breaking archetypes can be useful if you already have a solid foundation on which to build that basis on. If you don't, then it's just like trying to portray a card trick. It's not, it falls flat. That it's not good. It really isn't. Like, it's not a good movie. It's a very silly movie, but that's about it. It doesn't have much substance to it. It's I jokingly say Monsters vs. Aliens is a movie no one remembers, from an era no one remembers. Like, I would gladly take something like Megamind over Monsters vs. Aliens any day. Okay, I'll humor you. How is it not good? So, the characters don't really change at all over the course of the movie. That's one to start out with. Besides, like, from the start of the movie to the end of the movie, most of the characters are about where they started out. So that already there is a red flag for me. I'm not, like, I read books and I watch stories in part to see how people grow through certain situations and how they adapt to things. Monsters vs. Aliens doesn't do that. Similarly, the alien, like the antagonists of Monsters vs. Aliens I don't find them that engaging, if I'm being honest. Like yes, they're alien invaders, and that's kinda it. Like I said most of the characters Cobra and Nicholson. I know John Normica had some development, but that's it. You don't see the other characters grow much, if at all. Like, John Normica, I think, reached the absolute bare minimum of character growth. But anyway, this is down on a side tangent, Copper Nicholson. The point I was trying... Well, you're missing Copper Nicholson. My point I'm trying to get across here is simply breaking convention doesn't make something good. You want an example? Another example of that? Look at Velma. Velma broke convention. Lots of conventions. It broke an entire trope about what Scooby-Doo is. Doesn't make it good. Alright, so I think that's all programs. Yeah, let's test this out. Alright, chat, let's test this out. Will this work? That's not my extreme standards, Copper Nicholson. And there's a general consensus about it. If you enjoy Monsters vs. Aliens, great. You didn't enjoy it. You didn't have fun with the silly jokes and the shenanigans that happens in the movie. But I'm just saying, overall, I don't think it's a good movie. That's my opinion. It was, yes, you know what else was a movie for children? Puss in Boots: The Last Wish. Which one's a better movie? Or I'll give you another one. Toy Story, movie for children. The Incredibles, a movie for children. I don't see that as an excuse to hide behind. Alright. Looks like this Cobra is working correctly. Yep. So if I hop up here... Whoops. Cool. Ow. Nope, 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 nope. No. I think that's a very overly simplistic way to look at it. I'd say the goal of a movie... Well... So you're saying, okay, the goal is to be entertained. Being entertained's nice, but I feel like if you really want to make something special, it needs to go beyond mere entertainment. And that can go for any form of media, not just movies. But whoops. What is happening? Oh, did I forget to set the Z-axis again? I did. This Cobra is not the right height. How did I mess that up? Just does it have this here? Alright, then how about this, Copper Nicholson? Do I find Monsters vs. Aliens entertaining? Somewhat. Do I think the story's good? Not really. So where does that leave it? I think that would leave it at being mediocre to below average. That would probably be a more accurate thing for me to say than me saying it's bad. Because bad, again, there's a whole range of bad. Like I would definitely take Monsters vs. Aliens over something like, what was it called? Shark Tale. Like one of the worst DreamWorks movies ever made. Like, that's the one thing. Like, there are definitely some fun memes to be had out of Monsters vs. Aliens, but that's really about it. I think of, like, the presidents playing the piano versus the aliens. Like, that's just a funny scene. Like, that is a very, very funny scene. But still, it's like, that's not like, the story doesn't really have too much substance to it. Alright. No? What is happening? We have another pacifist Cobra. How? Why? What is happening? Did I forget to... No? Weird. So attack's here, but not here? No, now it's attack. What? What? Huh. Why? Does that have something to do with starting at the... Wait, what is it? So if I go down once, it goes back to its spot. Cobra, why? Why? What is Raj? Need to... Alright, do I need to trick it into thinking that it's seen us at one time? Like we did before with the other section?
All right. I'll tell you the truth.
I'll be causing this trouble.
Remember all the happy times we had?
What's different about this one?
They're very much alike. Remember all the happy times we had?
It's where we had a fix or something like this. Or like we force it to think that it was in the right spot.
All right. I'll tell you the truth.
That one. So in the line of code where the z-axis value for the collision box is set, also set ultra value of 30. I see. That was the fix. In group 5. Okay. Alright, let's try that. That's 1. Set. Has line of sight to on. Let's see here. Hey, welcome back, Record. How's it going? Alright, let's see if that helps. It might not, but we'll try. Nope, that didn't seem to help. Is it the opposite? That didn't work either. All right. That help? Hey, welcome back, Heartwell. Right now we're testing out some Cobras. We were doing a weird thing over here where this Cobra wasn't attacking. That fits it? No, it did not. Why? What is wrong with this thing? Like, after that, it's everything is set right. What? Oh, good. That's probably it. I think I found the problem. It's right here. No, it was slightly different, but still similar premise. Still just not quite saying the z-axis height to what was supposed to be at the right proportion. That should fix everything. Yeah, Snack? Okay. Snack is friend. Copper Nicholson, I think the discussion about monsters versus aliens has run its course at this point, bud. Let's change the subject. Okay, now it's attacking. There we go. That's more like it. Alright, those Cobras are all programmed. So that means the next Cobras to program, the ones that's going to take the longest, is going to be these two over here. So there's a Cobra on this section of beds and a Cobra on this section of beds. They'll need to be programmed. Depends on your opinion, Copper Nicholson. My thought at this point, it was just okay. Like mediocre or below average is how I would describe it. Entertaining, but not necessarily good. If you think it's good, fine by you, dude. You're entitled to your opinion. All right, where were we? Oh, I saw Guillermo del Toro's Pinocchio, and that was excellent. And that's the only one. Which, to be fair, of all the Pinocchio movies in the past year, I think that's really the only one you need to see. Guillermo del Toro's Pinocchio is just excellent. Really, really excellent. Like, the fact that that entire movie was stop motion and it took him over 3 years to record it is insane. Like, like, it's easy to forget that stop motion is like a medium for animation, but no, it's still very much legitimate. It might not be as popular as it used to with the advent of computer animation, but there's a certain level of artistry that comes into actually having to handcraft all your little figures and settings and stuff that you just can't get from computer animation. All right. Let's get programming. Do I have another one that had 5 nodes? I don't remember. I feel like I did. Ah, there was only 7 nodes. But not 5 nodes. Alright. Before we go too crazy. Okay, so this one has to start down. Okay, they both start towards the bottom. Cobra Nicholson, if you're forgetting, please read the chat rules. How did I write this? The last line of code is at the highest Y value. That puts it where? Up here. Yeah. Alright. So that means the first line of code is down here. Alright. Say, chat, since this is something I don't really keep up with, since I'm usually so focused on video games, are there any, like, really good movies that you're looking forward to that are coming out this year? Because I've definitely lost track of movies overall ever since. Also, I think it was around college that I really stopped paying attention too much to movie titles unless something of note came up. I haven't really followed movies so much. Okay, fair enough. The Mandalorian's cool, but it's not a movie, so no. I watched the Mandalorian season 3 episode 1. I'm very intrigued. I like the setup. I really do. Oh, really? How does Quantum Mania compare to the first 2 Ant-Man movies? Because the premise does seem a bit out there to me. I understand that the quantum realm is important to Ant-Man. It's just compared to the other 2 movies, that one definitely seems a bit more fantastical. Not saying that's necessarily a bad thing, just different. Everyone says you're mostly following game releases and announcements. Fair enough. Even then, you're only following the ones you're actually interested in. Speaking of which, you think you'll play Jedi Survivor, Grekor? Because that's, again, I'm very much looking forward to challenge running that. Whatever rule set I choose, it's going to involve blaster stance in some way, because you know we have to. You know the type of challenge runner I am. I like my ranged builds. Fair enough, Hardcore. Speaking of which, how goes your quest to build a new gaming computer? Yeah, the case of the motherboard only for now. Oh, you know, that's a good start. The motherboard is extremely important. Like, that's like the foundation of everything. So if you have the motherboard, that's already a solid start. Fair enough. Out of curiosity, Director, do you do any, like, investing? I understand that you're balancing your finances right now. That's important. That's the very first thing to do. I'm just asking, like, do you have any, like, long-term investments? Just because that's, once you have some extra savings saved up, that's an important thing to do to make sure that you're getting the most out of the money you're generating. Yo, you definitely should when you have, the first thing you do, Rektor, is you make sure you have what I call your emergency fund. So basically that's a certain amount of money that you just have stored away in an account somewhere in case, you know, an emergency happens. Maybe you have to move somewhere or something like that. So that's usually in the range. All right, so you already have an emergency fund, or are you saying you're trying to save up for one first? Because that's the first thing to do. You basically had to reset your emergency fund because I see. Okay, so that's what you're trying to work on. You're trying to get back on track. Okay, so focus on that first. Once you have your emergency fund back on track, the next thing you do is you think about, well, I guess I'll ask the dumb question. Does your employer offer any kind of, like, retirement package, 401k, that sort of thing, and are you contributing to it? Or, to be fair, I don't know how Brazil's retirement system works, so feel free to explain to me how it works, because I'm coming from my experience here in America, and I understand that there's different retirement systems all throughout the world. You have both public and private retirement. All right. I guess my question is, are you doing whatever the thing is that needs to be done to make sure that, because I don't know how it works in Brazil, for public retirement, you just gotta contribute for a few debt days. Okay, and is that something you do actively, or like, are you contributing? How does that work? Contributions paid for by employer usually. Is that the case for you, Drekor? You don't get that. Okay, then in that case, is there some way for you to contribute to that? Because retirement is very important. You should be. It's important to be contributing to that so that you have a nice retirement when the time comes. And the thing about contributing to retirement stuff is it's important to do it as early as get started as early as possible, because that's the money that's going to grow the most. All right. Well, that would be the next thing, is whether you're working with like a financial advisor or something to make sure that you're saving properly for retirement. Like if you have like the public contribution thing, great. But since you don't have that with your current thing, then that's the next financial goal for you to focus on. All right. And once you have that all figured out and you're contributing to whatever form or something you are to contribute to, it's then that we can talk about investing. So I'll let you sit with that, Repco, or you can chat with your wife about it and figure out the best path forward for that. Because again, so you want to start that as soon as possible, since the money you invest early is going to help you the most in the long run, especially when it comes to retirement. Like, a common mistake I see for people my age is that they don't contribute to their retirement accounts or whatever super early on in their careers, and that's a massive mistake, because they're literally just kicking themselves in the foot for later down the line. Anyway. Well, hey, I know there's a saying, better late than never, from Shrek, but it's true. Like, as long as you if you're aware of it now, and you get on it, then that's what matters. Okay, so this one needs to be close to this particular node. Let's go with 4173-813. Well, I mean, I guess that's how adulthood is. It just kind of happens, and you have to learn as you go. But, I'm always learning. Everyone else who's an adult is always learning. It's part of growing up. Yep, there are retirement programs like that too, Copper. I know with what I contribute to, it's like employer contributes some of my retirement, and I contribute some of my retirement, and I have to choose what I contribute. And for me, I try to make it so that collectively I'm contributing, I'm putting away anywhere from 14 to 15% of what of what I'm making. Granted, a small portion, a decent portion of that comes from my employer, but still, getting somewhere towards the anywhere from like like the 14 to 15% of one's paycheck is usually a good spot to be in terms of what to save up long term for retirement. And if one isn't able to meet that just because of the current state of finances, fair enough, save what you can. But it's better to save something than it is to save nothing. I do like to look on the bright side of life, especially with being, you know, learning to be an adult. And one thing I can definitely say that I enjoy about being an adult that I can't say about, like, growing up is just having the ability to do what you want on the weekends, like, truly what you want. Like, you could go places, you know, go see a movie or go spend time with the people you care about. You go to different events, see the world. Or you could also be like me sometimes and just be working on like a game or a YouTube video or what have you. And I really, really enjoy that about being an adult, like that sense of autonomy. But as they said, as Uncle Ben said in Spider-Man, with great power comes great responsibility. In order to have that autonomy, you need to contribute. You need to contribute to your work, to your community, to your family and friends. So there's a great sense of responsibility that comes with that autonomy, but I think it's worth it personally. I'm literally a lawful good Dungeons and Dragons character, RL. Fair enough. Copper Nicholson, again, reminder about the rules, bud. I think you could come up with a better expression than that, personally. I know the expression's still not the best thing to post, I'd say. Because again, we are a wholesome channel. I'm trying to remember from the archetypes. So does lawful good mean that someone will always like adhere to the principles of the law? Or is lawful good more so that they'll always adhere to their moral principles, even if things around them don't quite line up with that? I'm trying to remember how that was. Was that how lawful good is, or is that what neutral good is? Lawful good follows moral principles, but they gotta be, like, not evil and stuff. Ah, I see. Well, right, whereas lawful evil would be, you follow principles, but they're very, very, very evil. And lawful neutral would be, you follow principles, but they're neither really good or evil. They're somewhere in between. Okay, then yeah, I guess lawful good would make, sense. I definitely do have a strong sense of moral principles that I adhere to pretty much no matter what. Or as close to no matter what as I can. I am human, I make mistakes. Strong moral compass more than you follow the law by heart or something. All right, that's accurate. That's pretty accurate. How would you describe? Since we're talking about the quote unquote the 9 quadrants of morality here, how would you describe yourself, Drekgor and Copper Nicholson in the in those archetypes? Or okay, well said, Copper Nicholson. Well done. Drekgor says you think you're neutral good. Fair enough. Fair enough. What makes you say that, Drekgor? Alright, I agree with that as well, Copper Nicholson. I agree with that as well. Drekgor says, not quite God, but definitely don't have a clear-cut moral compass or set rules you follow. Okay, fair enough. Oh, you're definitely a good person, Drekgor. From everything I've seen, you're a good person. Same thing with you, Copper. For everything I've seen, you're a good person too. And chaotic good is accurate as well. Okay, do. Node X should be that. Y. Yep, and I see, so that's where the chaotic proportion would come in. Makes sense, makes sense. Okie doke. That's that one. Next. We will define all the nodes. We will get everything programmed. This will happen. This will come to pass. Why am I saying these things aloud? Because it's important to maintain it's important to keep oneself engaged when doing things like this. Because ultimately, programming nodes is a bit monotonous, but it's necessary. Well, Copper Nicholson, no, you're definitely a good person. Like, you literally said yourself, your actions are overall defined by morality, and you genuinely believe in helping others. That makes you a good person. Like, you don't have to look too much beyond that. Oh, changing topics. So another quality of life thing I'm thinking of adding before the before releasing the demo is, I think, chat, let me know if you agree with this. I think Dorothy needs a sprinting animation, because right now Dorothy moves faster when we sprint, but her animation doesn't really change. I feel like a sprinting animation just like this, the whole landing thing, could help differentiate that a little bit. Well, it's not terrible, but I feel like a sprinting animation would be another nice little quality of life thing. Current thought would be maybe have Dorothy like lean forward a little bit and have her like arm movements be a little bit more exaggerated. That would probably convey it well enough. Aside for movie speed, aside for Mario's one of them. Ah, I see. I'm just trying to keep an open mind. Because it's an Illumination film. That doesn't automatically make it bad. It just means that Illumination has a track record for just making movies that are safe but not particularly deep. Not always. Like I think of Despicable Me, like the first one. That was a good movie, but same to be said. But then you also get, stuff like The Secret Life of Pets, which is just devoid of any real substance. Like from an animation's perspective, the Mario movie looks really, really cool, but I don't know whether or not it's going to have a good story or not, or anything like that. So, withhold judgment for now. Just see how it turns out. Let us also not forget that they have to compete with Sonic the Hedgehog 2. The movie, not the game. Because that was easily my favorite video game movie that I've ever seen. And, I mean, after everything that happened in Sonic the Hedgehog 2, I'm even hyped for the whole Sonic Cinematic Universe that they're trying to build with, with the movie. So that seems to be where they're going. The fact that there's also a Knuckles spin-off series that has me intrigued, shall we say. Alright. We have 2 more sections to go. Well, 2 more sets to go. Alright, Grapcore, I asked since it's been a little while since you worked on Endeavor, since I know we just talked about Endeavor's story a little bit. What do you see as like the next big thing to work on for Endeavor? Like, for example, if this were a few months ago and you were asking me what's the next big thing to work on for Heartwell, I would say fixing the pathfinding algorithm for the Cobra enemies, because that was very, very, very integral to getting things to work. Needs to work on tile sets, like lots of them. Okay, you gotta do a lot of art. True. So you think everything else is set up, like you have the rough gameplay mechanics, you have like puzzle mechanics and switches or whatever you need, and it's more so that you just need actual art assets? Ah, alright. Well, I asked my question to you, Directors. Have you made a list of what specifically you need for art? I mean, like, really getting into granular detail. Like, simply saying, like, I need art for... If I were to... Yeah, mechanics are fine. Alright, that's great. I'm glad you have the mechanics all figured out. If we're talking about... But getting back to the tile sets... Like, if I were to use Heartwell as an example... If I said I need to make art for the tutorial dungeon, that doesn't... You have a list of tile sets right? Alright, but how detailed is that list? Like, is it like I need tile set for my tutorial dungeon? That really doesn't tell me a whole lot, because if, as we see here, the tutorial dungeon, you know, that's just very amorphous. But if I start breaking it down, like, okay, maybe let's categorize it: walls, floors, stairs, things like that. And then I say, okay, I need a stone walkway floor with a gravel path. This would be one tile set. Or I need just a pure gravelly stone tile set. Alright, you're listing what plants you need to do and what the plants will contain, but have you gotten to the point where you're listing like specific floors or specific objects? I mean like super specific, like saying, I need a metal lever that can hang on a wall, or I need, like in this case, a wooden, like a chalkboard with a wooden outlay on a wall. Go on, go on. Yeah, imagine roughly what I want a certain room to look like. Yes, you do need to do that. That's important. So you can add those things to the tiles. Yes, and that's part of world building. The other aspect of that is, if you think of certain levels or sections, think about what is physically there. And I mean literally everything. What do the walls look like? What does the floor look like? What kind of stuff might be in the space? List all those out, then write a bit of detail about those things. Don't just simply say, oh, it has a stone floor. Go into a bit more detail, like, oh, is it a smooth stone floor? Is it a concrete floor? Is it a gravel floor? Or so on. Is it a brick floor? The list, I could go on, but like the more detail you give yourself, the easier it will be for you to make those tile sets, because what you're effectively doing is giving yourself instructions on how to make exactly what you want. There's a saying that if you can't write something down, you don't understand it. This is one of those instances. If you can't write down what a room should look like in great detail, it means you don't understand it and you need to write more about the room. Or more about what you need specifically. I do the same thing with my tile sets for Heartwell, so I write down in granular detail specific things I need, and then I go draw them. And if you need like a tip as to like, okay, well, let's say I got this super detailed list, where do I start? Just start from the top and work your way down. If you're truly lost at that point. It's better to at least work on something than to work on nothing. Anyway, where are we? Here we are. Wait. Okay, I did do that. I didn't change the note. Okay, I see what I did wrong. Oop. So going beyond tile sets, let's say you get all your tile sets in order, and let's say you were working on Endeavor consistently. What would you say would be like the part of development you're most looking forward to? Because I know for me with Heartwell, there's a bunch of things I'm looking forward to, but if I had to just pick a couple, it would definitely be the boss design. That I'm very much looking forward to. I'm also really looking forward to implementing a lot of the character dialogue that could happen with the main character. That'll be fun. And the level design, looking forward to that as well. Not as much as the boss design, but the level design I take very seriously as well. And like actually bringing like all these places I've written about to life, so to speak, as these traversable little dungeons. You want to include some cool platforming sections, some fun obstacle courses to traverse. And of course, a few enemies. Fair enough. Yeah, level design's a lot of fun. Those will be most on obstacle courses to combat. Alright, well in that case, make sure you have tons of obstacle course stuff to play with so that you can really make it hit super fun. Understood, Repcore. I understand you're going for a more like puzzle platformer type of game. So when I think of obstacle course like games, I think of basically like platforming games. And what they do, they use like, they start with a mechanic and then they build on that mechanic and intermix it with other mechanics. That's a lot of fun. So I imagine that's probably a similar path to what Endeavor will go down. Basically, a top-down 2D platformer. You don't think we have enough of these? I agree. You know, that's a good point. Like, the only thing I can think of is like Star Tropics, so that's not really a platformer. It's more so a 2D dungeon crawler that happens to have, I guess, a tiny bit of jumping. But it's not like a Crosscode or a Heartwell or... Yeah, exactly. That's what I was about to say. Like, there's a couple of examples, but they're few and far between compared to a lot compared to just like traditional 2D platforming, which isn't like top down, it's more from the side, or just 3D platforming. Oh, that's why I brought up Crosscode as an example. But Crosscode's platforming is more like Zelda than like Mario, because you don't have a jump button, you just run off ledges to jump. Yep. Oh, something else I forgot about that I'm looking forward to with Heartwell is actually like designing all of the different weapon stats and stuff. Like I love the idea of having like weapon balance is something I consider to be very important in a game. But for like an RPG, it's interesting because you actually want probably some weapons to be stronger than others because they're later in the game. But trying to make sure every weapon has at least some sense of viability or a niche to fill is a fun challenge, I think. And I've had a lot of fun at least coming up with the bare bones premises of a lot of the weapons that'll be in Heartwell, both the melee and ranged weapons. And I'll definitely be tying some lore to all of them, so that'll be fun with writing that. There'll also be fun with coming up with all the different specials or that give the weapons their niches. I try to figure out how to program those. Because with Heartwell, I mean, you guys have seen it. I have the system where they're like that special unique stuff that I can really give to a weapon to make it feel different from the others beyond just attack speed and damage. And that'll be it'll be a lot of fun to make to really bring all those the many weapons of Heartwell to fruition. Hmm. Okie doke, that's that portion. Now this portion. I mean, Copper Nicholson, have you signed up for direct deposit? Because usually when you start a new job, there's a form you have to fill out for that. Well, I'd also say it depends on what the when the pay dates are. Some employers do it weekly, some do it bi-weekly, some do it monthly. So if you have questions about that, that's something you can ask your employer like the next time you're in. Ooh, chat, this is our jam. This song right here is our jam. Very, very, very peaceful and empowering. Dun, 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 dun. Good question. Let me look for that real quick. The name of the song is... Yep, Erosion by Drummer Boy. Like... I love the strings in the background of this song especially. because that they give that sense of rising and emotion beyond the contemplative. I think it's a guitar, a drum, and an electric piano. And when the saxophone hits in, it's just very, very nice. I like the rising undertone of it, Copper Nicholson. That's what feels empowering, especially the later part of the song. It feels like we're really working through something. Or training for something more. Well, what I imagine this more, Copper Nicholson, is yes, you might be like studying or working on something like I'm saying here at my computer, but I think of that in the context of if I were watching this in an anime, it would be like a montage of like long-term growth. I guess that's what I kind of imagine with it. It's like right here, I'm doing this little bits of programming, but it's like if this were in a montage, this would be over the course of many months. It's more so just the way I imagine my mind works. So, I usually imagine a scene of sorts when I listen to music like this. And that's why I picture. Alright. It's good to have music like this to keep you motivated when you're doing some of the more monotonous tasks of game development, like, for example, this, define specific nodes. You know, this would work well in a Portal game. Will Valve ever make a Portal 3? Probably not. Does Valve cannot count to 3. You know, it states that they haven't made any progress. You mean like, oh, go on, record. Sometimes you lay awake at night. Alright, well, what I'd say to that, Drefcore, is why don't you set, like, a certain time period on specific days, whether that's an alarm, and keep imagining all kinds of cool gameplay concepts that I create. Well, what you can do, Drefcore, is, whether you have a schedule or something, set a point on, like, specific days, maybe it could be an hour or something, where you say, okay, this is time I work on Endeavor. And then, if you want to even go beyond that, you can write what specifically you plan to work on during that specific time period. And that way, hey, you're always chipping away at what you want to bring to life there. That's what I've done with Heartwell. Like, I've certainly had those moments in the past where it's like I do nothing for Heartwell on a particular day or for a little while, and I'm like, man, I really wish I had this out. I just feel bad about it. That's just lack of organization and lack of commitment. Alright, then why don't you do that right now, Drefcore? Why don't you pull up your planner or your scheduler or however you plan your days, and really think about, okay, how much time would you want, like, on a weeknight? Or, like, pick weeknights that work for you, pick specific time periods, set alarms or schedules, and then commit to that schedule. Yeah. So, watching your streams. Alright, well, the thing about that, Drefcore, is that's once every other Thursday. Or are you talking about just during my streams? Like, just in general, not just my dev streams. Because that's fine, too. But even then, I mean, 2 days a week for a few hours, that's pretty good. Ah, okay, well then there you go. That could be the time. But you should still write that down in a planner or something, Gregor, so that you commit to it. And the same goes with, you know, playing Minecraft with friends. Like, you can pick certain times of the week where, like, you know what? This is Minecraft time, or this is friends time, and let's go have fun. Yeah, something I wonder sometimes, looking back on my development of Heartwell thus far, is had I been a little bit more organized earlier, could I have developed this game a little bit faster, more effectively? That's stuff that I dwell on sometimes. Not always in the most positive light, but still. I have been working on this since March of 2020, and now it's March of 2023. And while I feel like I'm getting better at some things, it's still like I would like to release a demo that I can be proud of, and I would like to be getting to a point where I'm building momentum towards the much larger portion of the project. Howard Nicholson says, to be honest, you don't care when the demo comes out. Fair enough. You can wait till the demo's right. All right, I'm glad, Copper Nicholson. And ultimately, the one thing I keep reminding myself is I don't want to finish something. I don't want to release something that feels unfinished. Like, when I release the demo, yes, I'm looking for feedback. Yes, if you find bugs, I definitely want information on that. But at the same time, I don't want it to be just a jumbled mess. I want it to make people interested in what is to come. Because I have poured a lot into this game's story and world building. And hopefully the demo shows that when you guys finally are able to get your hands on it. Yep, I agree with that, Dropboard. Hey, that's perfectly fine, Copper Nicholson. Let's see, make sure it's as good. Yeah, so where I want this to be by the time the demo's released is essentially, if it should be at a point, in my opinion, where if I were to proceed with making the rest of the game, I wouldn't have to change too much about what is in the demo itself. So it would be like saying the way Crosscode's tutorial was programmed and like the first like couple of chapters. From that point till like when the game was fully released, a lot of that stuff didn't change. Like, yes, some of the like the character portraits changed, but like the meat and potatoes of the tutorial or Autumn's Rise was pretty much the same or pretty similar to what it was in the final release. So that's where I want this dungeon to be, and the stuff that's in the demo to be is like pretty close to what it would be for like the full release. Well, I'm glad, Copper Nicholson, because I feel like Souls-like games are one of the best genres for challenge runs, and since Heartwell is a Souls-like game, I think there'll be ample opportunities for challenge runs. Especially with the nature of the way the game's designed. With its multiple paths and such. Rector says, you want to beat Heartwell using only melee. I wish you the best of luck with that. Melee does plenty of damage, but you're sacrificing one of the core components of Heartwell's combat system, which is its ranged weapons. Like, I really think the thing that'll make Heartwell's combat system click is the interplay between the melee and ranged weapons. It's like trying to be crossbow without ranged. Fair enough. But there's a difference with that. The difference is, with Heartwell, that would at least be feasible. With crosscode, that's impossible, because you need that for puzzles. But with a game like Heartwell, it would absolutely be I think it would be possible, but be an interesting challenge to try and do melee only or ranged only, because both of those are, again, it's like you're cutting out half your toolkit, so to speak, as well as just the potential of synergy between the melee and ranged weapons. Because I think that's where a lot of the fun's going to come with, like the weapon RPG system, and the synergizing between the melee and ranged weapon, and how players decide to do that is where I think a lot of the fun's going to come from that. You're gonna do your first playthrough normally, fair enough, Bradcore. You gotta go one day ahead tomorrow, gotta go to bed. Challenge run if you're used to the wolves. That makes sense, Drakor. Alright. Thanks for dropping by, Drakor. I appreciate it. I hope you have a great night and a great time at work. Night, Drakor. I think it was saying first playthrough of Heartwell, Copper Nicholson. I mean, I used to be the same way, and if I were to play a game for fun, I would be the same way, just have the first playthrough just for fun. But as a challenge run streamer now, it's like, there's almost like a part of me that enjoys challenge running a game blind, because it definitely, it leads to some very silly shenanigans. Wait. Hold on, that isn't correct. Alright, I think that's right. Alrighty. Well, let's get Cobra placed over there and see if it works correctly. Oh, you're thinking of Crow from Trails of Cold Steel. How come, Copper Nicholson? You enjoyed the what? What just happened? What? That Cobra did something weird. Oh. Oh. Hmm. This. Is that a problem with the other ones? Let's think about this. So node 1, 3 through 5. Right, that one just has one node. That one doesn't have a node. That one doesn't have a node. Okay, second group are by themselves. 8 through 9 and 11 through 12. Three nodes. Okay, those have 3 nodes and they work just fine. Right? I think they work just fine, right? Yeah, so if I do this one, there's no confusion. And this one has no confusion. So what's up with this one? Why is it, it's going towards, I think, the node up there, but why? What makes this one different? Look at the logic here. Node 10. Is that such an it can't possibly overlap, right? Wait, that might overlap. No, 4? 40. Okay, no, I don't think it overlaps. It shouldn't. Did I mess this up somehow? I probably did. That seems correct. Read a message Astro. You wait for the day, you prep for a year, and when the big day is finally here, you take someone and work to turn them around. We're full of Christmas morning feeling. Is there a more appealing? A magical mood when being merry is very necessary. When changing all mankind, plant the seeds and joy in bloom. Now we doubt. One last thing. Doing the world a world of good, putting some nice into the neighborhood. Playing our parts, changing hearts one by one. We got Christmas morning feeling, and it's fun. Alright, where was I? trying to think, how is this confusing the code? I don't think these areas overlap. Well, so far the logic seems to make sense, so I'm confused as to why it's... Where is the problem? Where do the problem be? Like, if I inactivate this, would it go back to normal? Probably. Yeah, it goes back to normal. Alright. Something in here is not correct. Watch it. It could also be something in Note 10 that's not correct. Let's double check that. That makes sense. That makes sense. That makes sense. Makes sense. Alright, so far so good. What else we got? Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Greater than that, less than that. Okay. What's weird about this, chat, is it doesn't... This was never a problem with, like, the other segments. They didn't get confused as to which tile to go to. Why is it happening here? I mean, I guess I could change the code so that... node area 10 is by itself. Still, it's a bit weird. Yep, there goes again. So it thinks its node is up there for some reason. Section to 1. Alright, I do have an idea. It's only a bit longer, but will this solve a potential problem? No, it's still confuzzled. Alright. I think we need to section off node area 10 from node area 13. They seem to be getting confused with each other. So, this all comes from Pretzel Rots, Copper Nicholson. I guess what I could also do is I could inactivate some lines and see if that adjusts things. So is it this stuff that's problematic? That's what happened. No, not that. Let's reactivate that. Do this line, the sub lines. Okay, it's among these lines. Something here isn't quite right. If I activate this, what happens? Okay, is that the line? If I just inactivate that, but I go with the other stuff. What do you mean by that, Cobra Nicholson? No, it's all of them. All of them are seemingly problematic. I mean, Cobra Nicholson, that's what therapy is for. Okay, so that seems to... No. Huh. So I leave the Cobra away, and it's back to normal. As soon as you get to the portions... later, it's... I see. Alright. I could think of an essential solution to this just by using different values for the node sections. That would probably solve the problem. I mean, Copper Nicholson, people leave therapy groups because they either reach their finish their portions of treatment or things like that. I mean, I was the same way, Copper Nicholson. At a certain point, when I was in a group therapy for a while in college. At a certain point, I left because I figured I had gotten everything I needed up to that point. So my guess is that's probably what happened. Well, Copper Nicholson, that's normal too. Practitioners change positions, or they decide to stop their profession. That happens too. I think that would happen, and that kind of stuff is independent of anything you say in your group like that. Like there's just in general a lot of burnout in the like cognitive health industry. So, you know, if your therapist is leaving, then that means you find another therapist. That's all. All right, let's see here. So, what we need to do make sure these nodes are at higher values than what comes before them. I'd say it's a coincidence, Copper Nicholson. And you're afraid of opening up to a new stranger. That's just part, you know, when you see a new therapist, that's a natural part of it. But again, if they're a therapist, that is literally their job to be someone you can open up to. So yes, it will take some getting used to, but nothing to be too worried about, because you already did it before. Out of curiosity, Copper, have you ever watched Avenue Q? Have you ever watched the musical Avenue Q? Avenue, not Havenue. It's avenue, like a street. Yes, Avenue Q. It is a musical that is a parody of Sesame Street. It is a satire. It is hilarious, but it also has a lot of insightful life lessons. That's correct, Copper Nicholson. But the reason I bring it up is because I think the last song of Avenue Q, it's called For Now, it's a really insightful one to remember when you're having something like when something's bothering you in life. I sometimes find myself thinking of the song For Now because it has I think it has a pretty decent message for situations like that. Some of the lyrics is nothing lasts, life goes on, full of surprises. You'll be faced with problems of all shapes and sizes. Which is to say that whatever problem you're facing today, it's a temporary thing. Everything is only for now. No, Copper Nicholson, I'm talking about the finale. If you want to watch it for yourself, just search For Now, Avenue Q. It's the last song in the show. Alright, let's try this. Let's see if this works. I'm hoping this works, just logically it made sense in my head. Okay, good. So, Cobra is behaving by itself. That's very good. Well, I'm saying, and you can watch the full song, Cobra Nicholson. I just took just a few sentences. Test this. Okay. Alright, chat. Time to test this Cobra. At long last. What? What? Why does it think it should go that way? That's not how I programmed it. Game. I don't think I programmed it that way. Did I mess something up? Wait. It starts at 0, doesn't it? Listen. Did I change anything? No, I don't think I did. What happens? Alright, still going down there. Alright, and then it fixes itself. Is there something with the other section? 1 second. Intriguing. I think I know what the problem is. It's starting to add 0, so it defaults to that. Let's see if I can fix this. If I do that to start, what happens? Okay, so that works as intended. Good. Like Copper Nicholson, if you've had a long day, I'd also suggest you get a good night's rest. That's important too. I'm just gonna be working on more pathfinding at this point. It's still going down there. What did I set the node to anyway? Forty-one 73 813. That's there. Does it think it has line of sight? How? I remember that. Chief Engineer O'Bailey instead of O'Brien. No, it's still going down there. So it still thinks that it should be going down there for some reason. Alright, what if... Will the other Cobra be in a silly place if I go backwards? Looks okay? Let's see. What's it doing? Okay, so far it seems to be making sense. Yet the other one gets very confuzzled. Ow. doing? Naturally, wait. 41, 23, 813. Where would that put it? Put it around here, which should be fine. Why is that? Did I forget to program? No, there's definitely a map boundary here. Very strange. What is it currently set at? Well, it's up. That's the z-axis height. What's the node set at? Very confusing. Oh, I see the problem. Why did those lines shouldn't have that, right? Wait a minute. I get it. I see the problem. For whatever reason, my earlier lines of code yeah, they define the enemy node sections and the other one doesn't. That, I think there was a problem, right? Do I not do that? No, I do that. Then that's not the problem. What? 41, 28, 42, 29, 571, 904. 41, 28. Okay. 42, 29. Yeah, it should be in that range then. No. Right? With that? No. Maybe. Is that the problem? Where the player is. That's where this. This is where. There. Okay, cancel that. No. Okay, let's inactivate the lines and see if we can find the problem spot. Let's deactivate that. This then won't be able to pathfind. Don't really focus on that. It's not our main concern right now. Slow down there. Those lines of code. Alright. Derek, definitely chaotic neutral. Not bad either. Baselines? Somehow? Maybe? No, it's not that either. Okay, so nothing, seemingly nothing in this section is causing this to happen. These lines of code? Okay, so it starts there. One of these lines seems to be the problem. Wait. No, wait, did that fix it? That might have fixed it. Did I fix it? What? I drop down there, suddenly it wants to go there. If I drop down, it suddenly thinks its node is way down there. Okay, I know we have a testing thing. Where is it? Do it with node X. That should be telling. For example, if I put my cursor over this thing, 3,502, that makes sense. And it changes as it moves. Okay, so let's put our cursor over here. 4173. That does that line up with our code? Yeah, about lines up with the code. Okay. Then what happens? Drop down here, suddenly moving down that way. Why? 3504. That, I believe, is the node for number 10. I want to say right. Yeah, that one. So when I get in range, what does the code do? project. So let's say I drop down. I'm unfamiliar with it, Copper Nicholson. What line of code activates to force it down there? Let's see what the node section number of value it's getting. I delete all the other lines, right? Yep, nothing there, nothing there, nothing there, nothing there, nothing there. Okay. Let's see what the enemy node section is. Oh, wait a minute. I don't think the enemy node section is the problem at all. It's the player node section, isn't it? It always defaults to 1. Or 0. Okay, so that starts at 0. I drop down, what happens? Aha, it's 1. Why is it defaulting to 1? Alright, hypothetically. If I set this up to 1 again, would that solve anything? Probably not, but we will see. Counts 2. What? All right, let's see if I can make the line of code that maybe is as a bug fix. Yo, Smudtip, thanks for dropping by. How's it going? You know what next Thursday is? Next Thursday is Toad's birthday. Really? Is that true? Is that what it says in her bio? If that's the case, that's awesome. Toad deserves all the birthday party stuff. I hope, knowing Reen, I have to imagine Reen would probably put on like a big surprise party for Toa and make the cake himself. Or at the very least with some help from the cooking club. He'd definitely organize it. Okay, so it's, it goes down there. Weird, so that line of code is not getting activated. It's getting overridden. By what? 571904. Yeah, it should be getting activated. What's the problem? I'm going to throw in a sound effect just for my own. There might be a lot of playing music, so let's see here. Okay. Okay. So it activated. Alright, so it's not activating now. Alright. Let's do something different. Yeah, because I know there's like a time step after Cold Steel 2 or something. I think. Huh. No, there's some other overriding factor here. I dropped down, it activated, but then something overrode it. Alright. What could be doing that? There's some line of code down here that could be getting activated by accident. Yeah, I keep forgetting how young Fee is, because Fee seems somewhat wise beyond her years. Milliam's like, I want to say 13. She's younger than Fee, that much is certain. It could also be the player node section. Player node section would be different. What's so weird? What's weird about this chat is this has never been an issue before, having the Cobra pathfind to default. Oh, well, I'll show the player node section. But that's not the only thing. It's you need to set the enemy node section. not sure. Also, Split Tip, since you're just joined, thought might as well show you this. So, per some feedback from Rekor, there's now a falling, a landing sound and particle effect. So you'll notice if Dorothy lands, now a little bit of particles and sound on the ground. And that is useful to help players determine when they've lowered elevations but might not realize it. So for example, let's say I walked off this. That helps with identifying to the player that they fell off a distance, even if it might not be inherently obvious. Still ain't overwritten. What could be overwriting that? No, it's still thinking it needs to go to the other one. Alright. Okay, that's how it worked. you're feeling tired, Copper Nicholson, you should just go to bed. It's important to get good rest. Alright, that fixed it. Was an order of operations sort of thing. I also wonder what would happen if I came through this area in reverse. So, like, if I never went here. Say I was going. That would be possible. I guess it's theoretically possible. Let's. So just move this wall. Alright. Do that. Now let's go back to the other one. Uh-oh. Veins might have broken. Fair enough, Dr. Nicholson. Fair enough. Okay. Did that work? That's it? Okay. That seems to work. Okay. Dr. Nicholson, please stop swearing in chat. I really shouldn't have to remind you. You've been on stream for a long time at this point. And activate that.
Alright, don't do that, don't do that. Pathfinding, fix, firm.
Notes. Lines above need to be above the node area. Events to activate. This line and above combined with having enemy values, then there go sections with fire values. Area 10 ensures the pathfinding for node area 13 works properly. Alright, that's that bug fix. Alright, I think the next data program. You note area 14. Yes, I have watched The Daily Show before. I've enjoyed it in the past for sure, Copper Nicholson. Haven't watched it recently, though. It just hasn't been busy. Alright, I'm just thinking right now, Copper Nicholson. That's all. Alright. 11. Okay. Next. Alrighty. I haven't been following a Copper Nicholson, so I have no idea. Alright, I have a feeling this won't quite work since we'll probably have the same situation happen as last time, which is we'll need to add a line. Also, at least test what we programmed. Oh, wait. We can't test what we programmed if we don't have a Cobra there. And how long ago did Stat Shock come out, Copper Nicholson? That's probably unrealistic simply because of Ratchet's Ladybug is very recent and Stab Shock is a bit older. What? Oh. I see. What are the... Silliness is ensuing. Okay. Well, I know what to do. Eleven, 12, 13, 14. Yo, you thought they were making a new stat shop and we were too sure. Oh, they were? Well, then I was completely unaware of that. That's pretty cool. Oh, whoops. Sorry about that, chat. I accidentally hit the button for the ring counter. Okay. Let's try that. Alright, that seems to work. That seems to work too. Look at this, chat! Look at it! It's glorious! They're chasing us! They're chasing us, let's go! Ow. Let's make sure the pathfinding works correctly. Alright, seems to be working correctly so far. That's good. Ow. Look at this, chat. They move, they chase, they attack. Alright, chat, it is 11:30. Do we power through this and try to get through the last couple, or actually we should probably call it a night. I did say I wanted all the enemies placed. Didn't quite get there, but we still made, I think, good progress. It's not going to be too difficult to get the last Cobras put together, because that's They don't have any node, they just have a place to start out at. So, it is very, very late. Let me just write my notes real quick and then we'll go from there. So we are on 15. I think I will just double check to make sure that us going through this in reverse doesn't have any adverse impacts. And then we'll call it a night. So far, so good. That was close. Okay, it works. We're dead. Whew. Alrighty, chat. I think that'll be a good spot to call a night. So if you're watching us on Twitch, feel free to stick around for a raid. But if you're watching us on YouTube and you like what you saw, please consider subscribing on YouTube. It's free to subscribe on YouTube. You can always change your mind later, and it's a great way to show support. If you're watching on YouTube, have an amazing night.